Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Good times, good times. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. And I can't get enough of you, baby. And you can't get enough of me. Let's see here. Unable to connect. Come on, Kick. Come on, Kick. You can do it. I believe in you, Kick. Come on. This is the first time I've started up Kick in a long time, so it's having a conniption fit. YouTube seems fine and stable. Kick, however, come on. I believe in you, Kick. I believe. Oh no, unable to connect. Let's see if we can edit this real quick. Let's do art. Yeah. Art, is that a thing? Can that be a thing? Digital art, yeah. Save. Saving. I know this is taking a while, but I'm multi-streaming. That's right, multi-streaming. If you're not multi-streaming, then you're not doing it right, in my personal opinion. But yeah, I've been streaming pretty religiously, I guess you could say, although I can't really say that, but to Twitch. But however, I just don't support Twitch. There's been too many points on the graph that have just like, they're just a fucking mess. They're just absolutely a mess. And I might be a nobody, right? Which of course that is true. I am a nobody. But I still have an opinion on things. I can always have an opinion on things. And unfortunately, Twitch is just not something I want to support. Even if I, again, have hardly any money in the game, so to speak. But yeah, there's just too much going on. But with Kick, I ain't hear nothing bad with Kick. I like Kick's platform anyways, and I think that it deserves to have its shot to grow with people that hopefully... And hey, I do understand Kick has had a rough start as well, as far as back in the day, but things have changed for Kick. They're incredibly generous to their creators, and obviously they allow also more freedom than Twitch ever does. And, you know, you might say that might be a bad thing or a good thing, but it doesn't matter. And I'm not going to get into all that, but I just wanted to say I will not be streaming to Twitch for the foreseeable future. Until I see some great changes in that on that platform. But that being said, we came here for art. We are continuing down the Digimon custom Digimon journey. First and foremost, though, we got Panda Beats up here. I know I've been yapping. Don't let me yap. Panda Beats is going to be the music that I'm going to be using for today's background on the stream. And of course, the wonderful thing about it, as you see here, no copyright music. They allow you to essentially play the music safely with Twitch, Kick, YouTube, doesn't matter. You can also use it for your background videos, whatever the case may be. They just simply ask, like any artist should, even if they don't ask for it, is to, of course, do what I'm doing, is mention them. By all means, make sure to like, comment, subscribe on Panda Beats. They have they have a ton of music that you can use, and it's all no copyright. It's one of the few channels that really, you can have oodles, hours of music at your disposal to use. So we're going to be listening to Synthwave Overdrive. Yeah.
Imagine being able to build an app with
after an ad.
Just by thinking
and then we're going to get into the artwork.
Base 44.
It's nice and calm music. It's good stuff. Good stuff, absolutely. So I'm going to poop that back over there. And then we're just going to get into the artwork. Yes. Let's see, we might turn this down just a scotch. I like to stay around -30 to -25 decibels. So anybody that looks to do music and stuff like that for their channels and stuff, try to shoot for that -30 to -25 decibels. I think so long as your voice is hitting into the -10, -5 area, like mine is right now, my voice is going to come over clearly over top of the music. But when I don't talk, the music is loud enough to where you can sit and enjoy. So we were working on Kamimon last time. We got Teppanmon done, we got the custom Digimon egg done, we got Kuparamon done, and now we are working on Kamimon, and I think Kamimon is turning out really good. So let's take a look at the progress, because I have done a little bit of art off of live stream. So yeah, I mean, this is looking like a Digimon. I think that there is no question that this is starting to look like an actual custom Digimon. And what I was doing last was essentially, as you can see here, I was doing a separate layer of doing the line artsmanship, which I'm trying to follow the grand design of things. So if we go back to our Digimon research, this right here was the inspiration. I really like this Digimon design. I think it's clean, it's got good anatomy, and it fits like, and the funny thing is, like I mentioned this before, this particular Digimon, I believe, can not only fit in the Digimon world, of course, without a doubt, but this almost looks like a Sonic the Hedgehog character. I think that this would fit in Sonic pretty good too, like some sort of like, I don't know, ancient race of whatever. Like I think that the fact that this could be a potentially multi-genre character is something that I would definitely want to shoot for as far as that's concerned. And so obviously looking at the line art, and this is something too that you must take into consideration when you're making custom designs and you're trying to fit within the world, okay, keyword there, fitting in the world of from which you want to portray your character from, such as if you chose Dragon Ball Z, One Piece, Bleach, Attack on Titan, the list goes on and on and on. When you want to create a character that would systematically fit into that world, you need to be able to look at official artwork from that series, and obviously the more historical the series is, the better, because then you can kind of choose the different styles that get drawn over time. Like One Piece and Dragon Ball Z are perfect examples of, there are eras of that cartoon series or eras of that anime that you could choose a particular art style, because over time the art style has upgraded. And so it's basically just pick your favorite poison and drink away. But I think this is probably one of the newest generations of Digimon, and I tend to flutter towards the newer gen of things, because we just have more refinement, right? We have more technological advancements that allow us to come up with things like this, and it's pretty fantastic. And so with that, I know I noted the line art, and then looking at the internal line art, we see all of these essentially nice, deep, pointed lines that start skinny to thick and go pretty much around any of the contours of the Digimon. And they seem to just not really have too much of a directional plane of existence. Some of them go straight, some of them have a curve to them, some go up and down and with the grain, some of it goes against the grain. Let's see here, like this right here is against the grain. It's not actually going, something like this, right? It's not doing that. It's going the other way, which is this way here. So there seems to be a lot of artistic freedom and liberty with this. This right here is that curvature I was talking about. This one is going on to the same kind of plane of existence, right? Following the shoe. This one curves around this way, while this one curves around this way, which is great. That follows a contour. And then the spikes, I made sure to pay attention to these spikes. The biggest line starts underneath all of these. So therefore, when I go to my biggest, spikes and stuff like that, my lines start, the biggest lines start underneath, towards the ground, where that is. Now I had to do a little bit of artistic liberty when it came to like the feet and stuff like that, because my pose is much different than this pose here. And so I made essentially assumptions to what that possibly could be. Otherwise, though, I think this turned out great. Another aspect of things when we start doing line marksmanship like this, we want to be sure that we do these things on a separate layer. Why do we do these things on a separate layer? Pretty self-explanatory. When I fill, right, I fill this, let's see here, let's do this. So when I fill that up, right? Okay, well, when I put the lines back on top of it, well, there you go. However, if I keep the lines on there and hit fill, look what happens. See, we don't get a complete fill of the area because that inner line artsmanship is now technically in the way. And so if I want to make sure this whole thing is filled, I'm going to have to now manually go through this and color it, and that just takes time, effort, and energy, and you might miss spots like even right there, and then I have to go through and manually color it in. You shouldn't have to do that, right? That's too much work. Too much work. And so it is always best practice. Okay, and this isn't so much supposed to be too much of a learning video as it is just a simple, you know, I just happen to have the, let's see here, let me fix myself real quick. There we go. It's just more so a pointer. There you go, a pointer. So if you do any internal line art like this that's outside of the normal full pitch line art that you see here, do it on a separate layer. So that way you can take it off and on. Too easy, right? Too easy. Other than that, though, I think I was like satisfied with everything. I know Digimon likes to have complete blackness for like four limbs and stuff like that are in the background there, but I don't know. I don't really see a need to do that, especially when I'm looking at like Machine Dramon here, and Machine Dramon really doesn't even do that either. And this is a pretty traditional Digimon. The only where we see that is right there in that shoulder, and it's not even completely blacked out. Of course, the internals here, that's blacked out. Some of these things are blacked out because there's metal involved, but not complete blackness. This one limb back here, this one toe back there is completely black, and then a lot of black solid line art underneath these claws here. So there are some areas, but not as much as I thought there would be. And of course, we have some complete blackness there, which I did translate that. There is a tail, if you didn't know, but the only blackness that I have is this right here of that tail, because the tail's being mostly covered by these forearms. And as far as that goes, I mean, I don't really see any reason to completely black out anything over here. So yeah, that is what it is. Just is what it is. So that's pretty much what has been going on lately. This is the... Would you stop attacking me, little kitty? I'm being attacked by a cat. But yeah, that's what I've been up to with the custom Digimon design right now. So we are in the aspects of... Do I need to remove you from the room, little kitty? Do I need to remove you from the room, little princess? Cats are wild, man. Cats are wild. So now that we're in the coloring phase, now if I want to emulate this Digimon as best as possible, which of course, zooming in here, I'm telling you, this little kitty is just... You don't see the cat, but it's literally right here and it's attacking me. So when we need to learn about the colors of things, right? And how this is colored in, we clearly have a base color, and then it looks like they used a multiplying layer. And so what we can learn from this is a couple of things, and you're not going to really see this because my face is, or my portrait here is covering up the color wheel, but we can do this, which is, this is some highlighter. Like, this is highlighter, man. So we got this color here, and we can draw this off there. So this is actually the base color, and that looks completely different. Like that's like some like green going on. But when we look at the actual composition, I mean, it kind of looks like a highlighter yellow, but we have like this yellowish green Digimon here. And then when we go to this, so this is more like a gold color, and we're going to put that right next to it. So that is the shade that is being used with this. And when I correlate, oh, we got ads. Damn the ads! You're nothing to me. Okay, And so when we correlate this and this, so they used, this is interesting actually. I'm going to show you this because this is important. I'm going to put myself up here. I'm going up the escalator. Okay, so when we're doing research on how to color something, if we're trying to emulate a style as best as possible. So like I said, I clicked this, right? So I want you to pay attention. I'm circling this right now. Pay attention to this color wheel here. Okay. So this is the base color of the Digimon. All right. Which is a... Get out of here, you freaking cat. Sheesh. I'm sorry. This is the base color, the base coat. And then, again, pay attention to this color wheel. When we go to the shadowing, that is the difference here. Now, I'm going to go back and forth between these colors, and I want you to see that shift in the color wheel down there in the bottom left. I'm going to do this a few times, just that way you're paying attention. Why is this important to know? It's absolutely important to know because we're actually seeing how they're doing the shading with this Digimon, and actually it's surprising. And how it's surprising is because normally shades go towards the cooler side, where this shade is actually going towards the warm side. And how do I know this? Well, we're starting off with this yellow-green color, okay? And we pretend that this slider here is like a pendulum. And so if it's dead center like this, right, it's dead center like this, then you could technically go either way, and you would start to get cooler shades for your shadows until you go all the way down here. And that's the coolest color, right? This is the coolest color. This is the warmest color. So when we start over here, well, where is our pendulum? Our pendulum is starting to swing this way. So by technicality, if we go to the opposite end of where this is, we should actually be somewhere around here for a shade, of which then if we were to shade this Digimon with that color, let's replace this real quick. Let's just see how this would turn out. That's a little too much, a little too much. Yeah, so that would be the shadowing essentially for this Digimon if they went towards the true cooler side of things, which would be this definitely more greenish color here. I'm just curious how this would actually end up. And then we just maybe go ahead and do a blur. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Oop. I pressed something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I was sitting on the remote. What the hell? What just happened? I'm confused. Excuse me. I can't see at this point in time. Yeah, there it is. Jeez. Sat on the remote, man. Sat on the remote. Alright, we're back. I apologize for that, and I apologize for any strange mic noises that you're about ready to get. So yeah, I mean, this would be more of the shading color that I would see with this, but I do understand now that I've done this and seen where the difference is here. The brown does look a little better because I'm assuming this is supposed to be more of a golden Pokemon. Golden Digimon. So this is supposed to be more of a golden color, and if that is true, that this is supposed to be gold, then you would want to start going towards brown than what you would want to start going towards more of a green to blue. So I understand this. I'm starting to understand why they did this Digimon in this particular way. But as far as this Digimon is concerned, yeah, I don't know. First thing, we're gonna have to decide on base colors. So let's look at Kuparamon. So this is essentially the color scheme for Kuparamon, and I understand that the colors of Digimon don't have to necessarily coincide with each other, but I would like to have an of, I would say, some sort of uniformity, although we're about ready to not be uniform. I'm letting you know right now, you're not going to have any idea how this Digimon is going to digivolve, but I wanted some sort of uniformity to begin with, but then this thing is going to go off the rails, so yeah. Let's see here. So pretty much the only color that I think I'm going to stick with is essentially this reddish color here, and we'll probably do more of a, again, keeping with the idea, right? I want to try and stay in line with this, so I need my circle to be somewhere over there with this, and really I could color this Digimon in this color and just simply color shift it however I want. And this is also a great idea, a great learning moment for you too. Again, what we're trying to do is put this in that world, and so I'm just going to grab that base color, come over here to my next drawing, and everything stays the same. That color wheel did not change. I put myself up here so that way we can talk about this more. So it didn't change. So I can go ahead and just color my Digimon with this base color here, and well, those would be a different color because those are kind of like gloves in a way. But yeah, just kind of do this. And so that's the base color of the Digimon, right? And what I can do from here is go to edit. You're not going to see this quite well. I'm going to move myself around a lot. Tonal correction, and do hue, saturation, and luminosity. And essentially from here, I can just change the color. So I can make the Digimon whatever color I want. And I can tune the saturation however I wish to as well. And as far as, like, you know, a color for this, it's gonna be hard to decide. And we can saturate it down, because we might go grayscale with it too, who knows. Then if we do go to full saturation, like 0, like I am right now, so this is complete grayscale, now we'd actually use the luminosity to color the Digimon, because if we go bright, it goes lighter gray, and if we go left, it pretty much turns black. So yeah. And I don't mind this a little bit lighter color here. This is actually kind of nice. Yeah, that's nice. We don't want anything too pure either. I mean, we could go pure white as well, but or like slightly off white, but I'd like a little bit of darkness with this. I think 55 was pretty good. Yeah. So let's go ahead and hit okay with that. Now, being that I am here now, so essentially when we flop to grayscale, now we're working with this side of the square instead of the top side of the square. Essentially all it did was flip the circle. It's in the same spot as this one. It's in the same spot as this. It's just simply now we're in grayscale. And that would be more uniform as what we see here with the first Digimon that I create, or well, I guess it would be the third iteration of the evolution line if we include the egg. And so now as far as shading is concerned, we'd have to do the same thing with shading, which is essentially going down this line here, doing the opposite of what we would see here. So when we do this, right, now we just have to move that circle to essentially down here somewhere, which of course is pure black. So it's just going to be pure black for shading. And then keeping up with this is pretty easy shading. All it is just we're sectioning off things with a line with the lasso tool that you see me messing around with things like this over here, where we get like this hard edge, right? You see this hard edge? All I have to do is just blur it, and then it will make this gradient. So that's all I got to do. And as far as learning how this particular shading works, pretty simple. It looks like a multiply layer to some extent because we have some darker shading here that clearly goes even further down. But since we're coloring in grayscale and we're already using black, essentially what we're going to have to do is be very light with our shade, and then when we need to darken it up, right, we see this jumping around quite a bit from going up and then down, up and down. We'd have to essentially just when we're shading in black, because we don't get this color and we don't have color anymore, we just have to be, I'll give you the example, we just have to be light like this and then darker like this, and it will translate the same. So we start light with our black, and then we start going dark. That is how we achieve that type of shading like you see here. So let's try and put this into practice. We also need to decide on a light source. As far as the light source that they picked for here, it almost is like kind of like a straight on, like they put the flashlight right in his face. So we could try something like that.
When a colleague suggested I hire a freelancer,
let's see here. Let's try that. So that means the shading will be on the darker side over here, and then dark side over there. So we'd have shading here and then shading here, and then this middle section would be lit. So let us proceed and see how we do. Now you could say, why don't we wait until we color the rest of this? Well, the thing of it is, we can always alter those things as we need to, but when we work with base colors, you essentially want to shade your base color and then go on and move on to the next thing. Because if you look here, just to prove the point that you want to do this, look at the symbol on his forehead. All right, let me get this over a little bit. All right, so I'm gonna prove this point here, why we want to do this. So this is clearly the shade line for this spike here, right? Well, look what we have here. This is the shade start, and it kind of goes and gravitates into this one a little bit, but it continues on here, but there's no shading here. Well, if there was shading here, if we were trying to follow suit, that means this shade would technically go all the way across like this, right? That makes sense. However, the artist did not do this, and so they clearly shaded each individual color separately. So we shaded this first, like this, and then like this, and then kind of like this a little bit. I guess a little wonky there, but it's fine. So we got that shading there, and then we got this little bit of shading here, completely bright right here. And in fact, we got a highlight. We have a highlight right there. So that's this. Like I said, I'm glad I'm doing this because it proves exactly the point. It's like we're putting a flashlight right in front of their face. But then we have this shade that starts right about there, and then they just do that. But this is kind of left alone. I don't actually think this is much different than the base color. No, it's not. If you can see, we're not bouncing around on the spectrum at all. And so there's that proof there. Shade point here, and it starts to get a little brighter on this side, which is bounce, basically refraction light, so kind of more like this. And then we got these shade spots here. That's all shaded until we get to our about there. We have a little bit of bounce light, but then as we see here, this is not shaded, but this is shaded. And then we got a little bit of bounce light here. So yeah, I mean, I see the general idea of what they did. And then this is a highlight. This whole section is a highlight here. And then we have a shade there. Yeah, this might look, if someone were to jump in right now, they'd be like, what the hell are you doing to this Digimon? We are learning. We are learning. And then we have a highlight there. And then shade there. And then, of course, this is separate, so this has its own shade. And this is more of a metal. And the reason why this is metal is because there's a highlight here. And then there is a balanced light highlight that wraps around the metal piece. Very small. Very, very small. But that is important because when we see stuff like that, that denotes metal. If we look at my metal helmet here, you can see that right there. I do the same thing as artist does, which is creating a nice highlight around the edge of the helm of any metal pieces. And you want to do that. You'll typically want to make metal highlights around the edge of the entirety of your metal piece because it makes it shine. And what is metal? Metal is shiny. Absolutely. So that is the general mapping of this particular Digimon, and it's very generic. This isn't hard at all to understand for somebody that's used to shading creatures and stuff like that. Not even a problem. So let's do it. Let's get it on. Let's start that shading, baby. Yeah. Yes, I know, a lot of learning today. A lot of learning. So it doesn't matter what we do here, it's always going to be black. So we're going to go something like this. Whew. Click the wrong button. I think maybe a little smaller. No, I don't want to make that. Perfect. Okay. Oops. What we might do, let's see here. Yeah. Let me make sure we lock that layer. Okay, and like I said, to get that nice fuzzy look there, all we need to do is just take a blur tool. Make sure the blur tool is slightly large, and then just go over it. And there you go. That is just how simple the shading is. Absolutely. And then we're going to do one of these numbers here. Just repeat the process until we're done. Like I said, we're doing this very light. We might do a little dark right there because we're starting to go inside that area. And then just take the blur tool and blur it. Blur it, baby, blur it. We might do a little more darkness right there. That should be good. Just like that, just like that. Good times, good times. All right, so now, let's see here. We should have, so we got like the little like cute little lip stuff going on. This one doesn't really have it too much. This is more of a sharp smile kind of mouth. This is more of a little bit looser. More akin to like Vmon or Demi Vmon that we see here. And as you notice, there's like a tiny little bit of shadow that goes over those two cute little whipses. Oh, it's too cute with the whippies. And so we might want to do the same thing here. And then we're just going to shade that whole area there. And then we'll probably just wait to figure that out. There we go. Okay, let's do this. There we go. And then take the blur tool and just... There we go. Beautiful. And then we got the helmet that has its own, which we could possibly just follow this line. Since we've locked the layer, we can just follow the line and just do one of these. There you go. It'll automatically darken over top of the other side over here, which we're just gonna darken it up just a little bit, and then it'll create that depth that the helmet is clearly coming off of the face a little bit. And then we will want to do, let's see how they did the mouth. How did they do that mouth? Woo. So getting in nice and deep here, nice and deep. Essentially we have a shadow that just kind of follows the curvature of the mouth. Easy enough. So we do have the hand, of course, that is right there. So we are going to acknowledge that with a little bit of a curve, and then do one of these numbers. There we go. And then we're going to boost that size back up just a skosh. And then, you guessed it, blur it. May. Okay. And we could do a little bit. Let's take that size down and give it a little bit of shadow right there, right in the corner. And I noticed a problem. That's fine. Got a little bit of a white speck that has decided to grace its presence. We'll just nip that right in the butt right now. And this one too. Sometimes you'll find that. Just make sure to correct those mistakes when you find them. All right, moving on, moving on. Yes. I think we got the color wheel. Are we confident that we got the color wheel idea here? Okay, good. So I'm gonna move myself back down. To move myself back down. I think you're going to get more information this way anyways, at this current point in time. So now doing underneath the head there, yeah, they kind of have like a pure black in this area. We could do that. I think that's okay. So let's go ahead and just make this pure black. Oh yeah, that was good choice. Very good choice. Oh, and then of course, you know, we'll put that line art back on there, and that looks pretty sweet. That looks pretty sweet. Yes. Yes. But yeah, no, that pure blackness right there, definitely warranted. Looks fantastic. And so again, we just want to make sure we are just kind of doing our thing, making sure that we are following the design code that we are given with this, and putting our best foot forward. That's all we can do. Now, this is an interesting thing that maybe you haven't noticed yet, which is this estranged highlight here. And the reason why that highlight exists is to just make that arm pop out from the face. Because if we just had regular black line art, most people can decipher, okay, that's clearly a spike or a tuft of fur coming off of this arm, but not all the time. And when we put a white marker over top of this, we can differentiate that this is a separate piece. This is a separation from the arm. Let's get the ads out of the way real quick. Perfect. So do I have that? Not really. However, I will probably put a white band all the way across here just to pop this forearm off of the face, because again, they do this here, and they also do it for the head right here. Look at this. This is another one. See that thin strip of white right there? That's what pops that face away from this arm. And so essentially what they're basically telling me, the Digimon artist is telling me, is if you have anything over top of anything else, make sure you put a white line there. So this spike is going to get a white line. This ear right here is going to get a white line. This forearm here is going to get a white line that goes all the way through and down and around this way and down here. This leg is going to get a white line that goes right there and on the other side here and down. So you get the idea, right? That's what needs to transpire, because they do the same thing for everything. There's a white line here and white line there. I am surprised that they did not do a white line here. If they were trying to keep up with the theme of this, they should have done that. They should have put a white line there if they're trying to keep themselves uniform. I don't see one here, and I think it's because of the base color of this Digimon is so bright that they created a highlight space with just the base color of the Digimon. So, okay, I'll give them a pass on that. Probably didn't need a white line there. They didn't do a white line here, so I'm guessing they more so care about like really, really dark areas. So if the area is going to be shaded, this is where they highlight it. Okay. I'm getting it. Ooh, something I didn't notice. They actually did a white line art here. A little bit of white line art. Very interesting. That seems to be the only instance that they did it, though. Well, maybe over here as well. Nah, I don't know. No. They just did white outlining. Okay, so yeah, we do have some white there, but I don't have anything that really is going to be using that. So, anyways, let's go back to here and continue on doing the things. Doing the thing, and I am going to bring this back real quick because we technically could bring back the line art, and this section here needs to be shaded because that is supposed to be the top of this tuft of fur. I took, of course, the idea of that, and now I'm wanting to make my own version of it, and here we are. And we're just going to take a slightly larger brush and just do one of those numbers there. Take our blur tool and essentially just blur it up to create that. There we go. Perfect. And then we're going to do one of these. Oh yeah, Panda Beat's got some nice noise music. Oops. Let's see here. I did a boo boo. I did a boo boo. I did a no no. Oh no, I did a no no. Let's see here. Okay. We are fixed. I'm going to kind of darken up on this inside because that's technically what would happen. Blur it up. I'm telling you, once you get and understand shading, it just gets real simple. Real simple, real quick. That may look a little strange, but I think it's gonna work out. This is kind of a, let's see here. Where do we want to go? So this is gonna be pretty shaded in this area. We're not gonna have a whole lot of highlight anyways. So I do want to get over that leg a little bit. We're gonna do that for now. Oops, I didn't go all the way. Selection tool. Just bump that down a little bit. There we go. And blur. Blur, baby, blur. And we're just going to take a little bit of artistic liberty and just kind of fill that in a little bit. Just follow that contour. There you go. We're just going to follow the fist a little bit too. Sometimes you can freehand the airbrush if it allows. And then this, probably just going to be a light shade, really. We'll have a little bit of darkness there, and then this we might have to actually create a sense of, like, yeah, there we go. Leaving a little bit of a highlight there because there's nothing really covering it. And then we're gonna get nice and dark right there. Absolutely. Not even a question. We're getting dark. The dark side. Yes. Man, we're starting to look like a digimon. We're starting to look like a digimon now. I think Kamimon is a pretty good name too. That's something also that you like. Just as important as coming up with your character creation is also naming it too. And so naming the Digimon is also very important because I'm thinking about a mainline rookie. Like, this is something I want you to be like, yeah, this belongs as a main freaking character that would be part of maybe a new Digimon series or something like that. So what's a catchy name? What's a name that someone would remember? Everyone knows Agumon, Gabumon, Gilamon, Renamon, and stuff like that, right? They're fairly simple. They're not long and drawn out like Dark Tyrannomon or Magna Angemon or something like that. Like, those are saved for those later digi-evolutions. This is supposed to be a little bit simpler. You know, like Gatomon, Tentomon, Patamon. So, Kamimon. I think Kamimon, it fits really good into that rookie zone of naming. It's simple, it's easy to understand, easy to remember, and I think that's just a decent name. And also, if you didn't know, Kami is a play on the Japanese word for razor. So essentially, in Japanese, this would be translated as Razormon. Pretty cool, but you know, trying to appease to that English. The English language. Kamimon, also known as Razormon. Now, one thing that you do not see is these gauntlets are more than just gauntlets. There will be, in this particular gauntlet here, there will be an energy blade that comes out of it. And you can actually see this in my, if I take this away, see my my sketch, right? So there's actually going to be an energy blade that comes out of that one gauntlet, and then there's going to be like an energy, purplish energy that's actually inside of this gauntlet here. So that's why it looks empty right now, because it's going to require special coloring in order to get it done. But so far, shading is looking pretty good. I think as far as a correlation between this one and this one, we are getting the shading fairly close. I think we are fairly close with the shading. We're doing an all right job. My personal perception, of course. I think we're doing okay. We're doing all right. So let's see here. If this is coming at us, so yes, there would be shading on both sides. That's what I was figuring. So we're just going to go up like this, do a little dent to show some contour, and go right up. And circle back down, down, down. Good, good, good. And then we're just going to get a little bit bigger brush. That's perfect. We're just going to go right down there. We're going to go a little dark up there, since we're getting away from the light a little bit more. And then we're just going to simply blend that in with the other part. Beautiful. And then just blur, blur, blur. Nice little blur that creates that softness. Oh, yes, that looks so good. So good. I mean, I'm telling you, shading does not require mega brain power to do. But I will say this, it does take practice to get right and to understand what you're really trying to achieve. And obviously I do plan to teach this, okay? So that way all of you will have the ability to do this, but it may look like it's very simple for me to do, and it is, and it will be simple for you too. Really, shading isn't anything more than respecting the law of light. And that's really all it is. That's all it is. Respect the law of light. Just blend this all in. No, it's not blending. I don't mean to use the wrong terms either. This is blurring. It is using the blur tool. You can actually see it up here. I hit the blur tool. I do not want blend. Why do I not want blend? Because my shadows are separate from my skin color. So if I start blending a shadow in with the skin color, it's kind of like taking paint, and then what you're basically doing is you're shoving that paint into your skin, and eventually what happens is you have, let's say, red paint, and then it turns into your skin color eventually. We don't want that. That's blending. We don't want that. We want a clear separation of color from another color. And so blurring is what you want in order to create those soft edges on your shadows. And then you end up with something like this. We're just going to do like a half moon shape there. This is going to be slightly darker because we do have much more. This is in the back, right? This is way in the back. So we definitely want to darken this up versus anything else that we've been working on. Anything that starts going away from you, anything that starts going away into the distance, you want to make it darker. Make it darker, make it darker. Good stuff, good stuff. And then we got this tail over here. This I'm going to take freehand liberty. Freehanding liberty, just going to go right just like that. I may still blur it a little bit, but it doesn't really need anything. And I might actually put the size of the brush down just a tad and make it even darker. Just a scotch, man. Just a scotch darker. There we go. And so essentially, we have ourselves the shading for the base of this Digimon. Good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. We like to see it, don't we? However, we're not quite done, so we have 2 more phases with this. The next phase is adding bounce light. And then the second phase of, well, I guess you could say second phase. Second phase is bounce light. Third phase is adding highlights. So the bounce light, what is bounce light? Bounce light is essentially a form of taking the base color, okay? Take the base color, and then we're gonna take a real small airbrush. I mean, you can barely see it on the screen. Real small airbrush, and then we're going to essentially go over these shadow areas and create a sense of light in this in these zones. Because really nothing is perfectly like shadowed. Everything has a little bit of is called bounce light because basically everything is three-dimensional, right? We're trying to make a three-dimensional shape. And so when you look at even my hand right here, and I see that it is, I don't know if I can actually do this. So, okay, so you see how it's shaded right there, right? Because there's clearly a shade, but if you look underneath my arm right here, there's still light. So we have light, shadow, light. That is how this works. So therefore we have light, shadow, light. There you go. That's probably the easiest way to explain that. Light, shadow, light. If you can do light, shadow, light, you will create a lot of ambience and just that realism that we're looking for with this. Especially right here. This is a good one to focus on. This is where we're going to see that come into play. See, just like that. See, it gives that essence that there's like a glow behind this Digimon. And we will also see that here as well. See, we see there's light there. And then there's a small strip of light underneath here. And, you know, I'm kind of just doing it in my own flavor. But yes, very small, just like this. Just adds that extra depth. It may not seem much to you, but to a lot of other people, it's they'll start to notice it. And you could say this is definitely an artistic liberty, right? You don't have to do this, but because we are trying to become as close to the actual official art of Digimon, we're going to try and make sure we capitalize on that. And a little bit of a... We have some fractors around here, little, as you see here, the... what do you want to call it? Basically a white corner. Just fix them as you see them. They're hard to, especially when we're working with like light colors, it's hard to see those corners that might not have gotten color. Please excuse me. Whew. It's fall time. It is definitely fall. Ooh, not what I wanted.
Excuse me. Fanny packs are for summer camp counselors.
You need the new 340 GSM military grade bearskin hoodie to get
I need none of whatever you're selling, sir. Let's see here. Let's go back and redo that. There we go. Get the music back playing. And so then we just got kind of this tail left to do here. Do a little bit of highlight on the top. And then that little cool edge there. And then as we zoom in on our artwork, we're going to see these little infractions all the time here. And that's, again, perfectly fine. Just seeing if I actually went over top of something real quick that I wasn't supposed to because that layer was not locked, but it seems fine. I don't think we're gonna worry about that too much. All right, so now we need to do highlights, and it looks like as far as the highlights are concerned, they go about in the middle. So if we are with our Digimon sitting right about there, then we need to go up pretty much towards pure white. And then as far as the size is concerned of the highlight, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's about right. So we got about the right size, I think, idea there. So right about there. Okay. It's going to be pretty subtle. It's not going to be like super loud. All right. Yeah. Just a little bit of a highlight. That's all you need. All you need, baby. All you need. Okay. So we now are going to take these lines back off though, and reason being is because now we're ready to do our base color. Of a secondary color. So essentially we got the ring on the tail, the 2 ear colors, and then the tips of the feet. The gloves are going to be a different story, so that's going to be something else. And so, like I said, I want to kind of keep up with the original idea here. I don't know if I'm going to use something like that. And so we're going to make another layer. Oop, didn't mean to make a folder. Want a new layer. I want a new layer. Give me a new layer. Okay. See a problem there. It's fine. We can fix it. Easy fix. Easy fix, easy fix. Should we get these? There we go. And this may not be necessarily the color that we use, but well, there's that too. That's why we get to play with the tonal correction tool. Tonal correction, hue, saturation. Let's see here. Purple. Blue, light blue. That's kind of like a V-Mon color. I'm more so going towards a red. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much pure red, so that'll work. So, shading this, however, let me put this back on. It's going to be interesting because we either go warm or we go cold, and I think we need to go cold. Yeah, I mean, they just use pure. So if we do this, that means we need to go this way. What about there? Let's test it out real quick. I say that does a pretty darn good job. I might be able to just take complete artistic liberty with it and not have to section off things. We'll see. We're definitely going to need a little bit darker of a color for some things. Let's see, how dark does it actually get on this spectrum? Pretty dark. So if we go back down to here, it's right about there. Let's get that base color. A little too small. Right about there. This is going to be a little bit more precise. There we go. Try and stay on that line as best as possible. And again, we can still like tonal correct this too. So if we're not satisfied with this color, we can still change the entirety of the hue and make this essentially whatever we want. Pretty interesting color. Saturate a little bit. think we need to mess with luminosity, but that's pretty cool. Yes. Again, we don't have to be completely like in line with things per se. Digimon have so much liberty on how they digivolve. All right. So that's that. And now, before you freak out, like, we could always change the base color too. However, since it's grayscale, we have to do something else. We cannot do hue, saturation, and luminosity because, as you see here, nothing's changing. And all I can do is brighten or darken it. We can go with a little darker Digimon, maybe. That actually looks pretty good. Okay. And always play with your colors. Play with your colors. Don't ever really settle on one thing, because you'll never actually discover maybe that maybe you will discover something a little cooler. Like, that's actually pretty badass. I kind of like that idea. I don't know if we want to make it just a tad bit brighter. Like, Kamimon's looking pretty fucking dope. Like, not even. We do have some particleization though, as we can see here as we zoom in. That might be a product of the saturation. So just need to go back here and just simply make it darker. Zoom in. Yeah, we just need to make it darker. And then, like I said, I also want to try and change this up a little bit. We're not that completely. There we go. Welcome to digital art. How may I take your order? Let's actually just go completely black. Get that sucker filled in. Hell yeah. All right. Yeah, I think that darker shade, that darker color looks really good. Didn't mean to zoom in that much. But now, what I was really trying to say is, since we're working with grayscale, like you've seen, I can only lighten or darken it. That's all I can do. However, we can still color it. All we have to do, though, is go to tonal correction, but we need to go to gradient map, not hue, saturation, luminosity. We've got to go gradient map, and you're going to see it change. Okay, you seen it change? Now you see all these colors here, and essentially what it's going to do, it's going to take that grayscale, and then it's going to add color to it. And so we can start just playing around with different ideas here. The purple's pretty gnarly, actually. I like that dark purple a little bit. That's pretty cool. I mean, the crazy thing about it, though, is like we have so much artistic liberty. That's pretty sweet. And of course, you can create your own custom colors here. All you have to do is just click on that triangle. Let me get this out of the way a little bit, and then you just click another color and it will fill that in, and we can do all sorts of different things too. And so we can really experiment with this. Lots of things, lots and lots of things to do. That's a tough decision to change the color. I think as far as where this Digimon line is going, I gotta think I think this interesting pink and stuff like that it will. It's man, I'm telling you, like, it is hard settling. That's the word I was looking for. It is so hard settling on something. And eventually, at some point in time, you just got to move on, right? Like, you can't always just stick on something and be like, oh yeah, that's what we want to do. Like I said, like, that dark purple is pretty sweet. I even like this nice guy. And then, so just as an example here, yeah, like this dark purple. So if we say okay to that, right? So now we've just changed the color. So now that we have color, we no longer have grayscale. We now have color. All we have to do now is go to tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity, and now I can change that color. I can change everything just like normal. So whenever, even if you do something in grayscale, you can add color to it. Absolutely, not even a question. And then we can add saturation to it. Get rid of saturation, luminosity. Maybe something a little bit more uniform, maybe. And then all we have to do, if we don't want to do this anymore, all we have to do is saturation all the way down, and we're back to grayscale. So, you know, that's it right there. That's too much saturation. I do like a little bit of synergy with this. It just goes. If I had a massive chat. If I had a massive chat right now, I'd be like, chat, what color do we make it? How's it looking, chat? Man. Ooh, a gray blue? Gray blue color, maybe? Nah. I'm more erring on that purple side. Other than Biyumon, I don't know of any more mainline Digimon that really are like purple to start with, or purplish anyways. And of course, if we go back to grayscale, then all I have to do is just kind of do this. It's such a hard decision. Oh man, this is like, and see, this is the fun part about creating your own characters, because it's like being in a character creator in a video game. Once you get your own character and you start like meshing with the hairstyles and the eyeballs and all this stuff, dude, we could play with sliders all day. We could play with sliders all day. Like, I could make like 20 different color combinations for this Digimon. But we do have to settle on something, and if the mystery hasn't unfolded itself, this is a female Digimon as far as that's concerned. So having some feminine features to it is going to be something that people will take note of. So this coloration like this, I think, is feminine. Again, we could go grayscale and it still would have a feminine touch to it, but I'm settling there. I'm settling there. That is my settle spot, okay? Boy, oh boy. Okay. Sheesh. All right, next thing. Let's see here. The spikes and the toes and stuff like that are all the same. These are actual true grayscale colors, so we are going to work on... do we want to work on spikes and toes? Let's work on the helmet, because the helmet is going to be mirroring. That's a hard one to say. Mirroring this one, Kuparamon's helmet. So all I need to make sure to do is just kind of stay within that same realm. And this is my own custom design, so this is my own artwork. That's my own artistic liberty. So this is how I'm going to keep going with the spikes and the metal work, because that metal is going to actually be something that continues on in this particular Digimon line all the way till the very end. And I'm not going to spoil it, okay? So if you want to see these next digi-evolution levels, you need to stay tuned. Make sure to hit that like, comment, subscribe, and bell notification icon, so that way you know when I go live for this, or when we finally reach our climax of all the digi-evolution line for this one. You won't want to miss it. You won't want to miss it. All right, so let's create a new layer. Let's get started. We're going to borrow the base color from this, of course. The base color should be right about there. Yes, 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 yes. Shoot, shoot. Is this underneath or over top? No, that's fine. I'll have to erase those, that's fine. Very cool. Very cool, Digimon. And we're just going to make sure that we clear up any of these possible corners that we got that might have some white specking here and there. Always need to watch out for that stuff. That it'll sneak up on you. Luckily, we're using a pretty dark color, so we will see this. And as we see here, I can see where we done messed up just a bit. Done messed up just a little bit. That's okay. We can change that. Is it this one? No, this one. Yeah, it's this one here. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. 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 Go back to our base color. Just gonna manually fill these in. Manually fill, manually fill. There we go. Where we go, nobody knows. Do we have? Yeah, we got some splotches over here. Yeah. Always check your corners. Oh wait, I cannot. I can't enough say. Always check your corners. Your corners are going to be the end of you when it comes to digital art. They will absolutely sneak up on you. There we go. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff going on right now. Excuse me, again, I have seasonal allergies. So give me just a moment. I'm gonna mute the mic. I'm sure every one of you appreciates that I do not I don't blow my nose in the microphone.
Actors, we can make you believe we know what we're doing, when in fact, we do not.
Got some ads.
I have no idea what these
I don't like ads. Get out of here, ads. You don't owe me like that, bro. Cool. Yeah, this is some good shit. All right, lock that layer. And we're gonna go over here. Let's see. This is our next shade. This is the only shade that we use outside of that, so it's perfectly fine. And we just do hard shade. Hard shades. Why do I do hard shades for metalwork? Easy. Because hard shades just show an absolute in light transition, and metal objects tend to want to do that too. So let's go ahead and put our line art back on, our internal line art, and we are simply just going to follow these contours, and we're just going to do a hard shade on each of these contours. This one I need to be a little bit more accurate with. There we go. There we go. And we're going to do one right there. Perfect. It's just perfect. Yeah, that's some good shit. That's traditional anime right there. That is cell shading. This is the true definition of cell shading, by the way. One hard, darker shade, and you're good to go. I do see an infraction there. We'll change that up and get that fixed in a jiffy. In a jiffy. There we go. Fantastic. I will not be softening the edges of this. This I do not blur. You will not blur it. You can if you want to, but that's just generally not what we do when we are cell shading in an anime style. This whole thing here is actually just going to be dark. And then swoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. And same concept over here. Swoop, swoop, swoop. Boop. And then we're going to have a little bit of a roll here in the back. So we're just going to get that going. That works pretty good. We're going to get a little bit more detailed on this. There we go. Let's get that fixed. Even if I do plan to shade that area or whatever, I want to be the one to 100% decide that. I don't want my mistakes to decide that for me. I know they're just happy little mistakes, but they're my mistakes and I want to fix them. I don't think there's much else to do with this. There we go. And of course we need to do the inside, just like that. That might receive another darker shade. We'll see when we get there. There we go. And then essentially, and Digimon does this too, by the way. So if we go back up to Machinedramon, we clearly see where there is lines on the metalwork, that's part of Digimon. So that's something that I need to mentally put in my head that, okay, if I have larger parts of armor, essentially we are creating a seam line on the armor pieces here and there as we see fit. And so you'll see those seam lines everywhere. But they're great because I can actually follow that seam line. And then I know that this whole side here is going to be shaded. Too easy, right? Too easy. Follow your seam lines. There's a reason for it. I see some infractions here, but I'm not going to worry about it. Well, maybe I will. Is that even anything? I don't think that's even anything. So we're going to take this color here. We're going to go up here, fix that real quick, because this clearly needs to be skin colored. There we go. This is the teeth, but technically that is a lip, so we're going to fix that. So that is a tooth right there. So we will leave that until we get to the teeth. Lock that layer back up, and we're good there. Continue on where we left off. Yes. And then we're going to do some shading back over here. Nice. Good stuff, good stuff. Let's go back to Kukaraman and just verify. Should be good. Okay, so we got one more darker shade to go, which is pretty much pure black, so that is what it is. I don't want to go completely pure black, so we're just gonna go touch. Okay, right about there. And kind of just do that. Yeah. Where we can still see that line work, but right about there. Yes, queen, yes. A little bit darker shade there. Definitely doing angles, especially when you are working with spikes or triangles. Keep that triangle movement going throughout the triangular piece. So as you see here, I'm doing these sharp triangles within a triangle. Even if it is a rounded triangle, a cone, so to speak, I'm still using sharp angles in triangles. But as we go to more circular objects, as you see, I'm making a nice curve. That's part of understanding lighting theory and so on and so forth. We want to make sharp angles within angles, and then curvature where curvature is warranted. All right, so this over here, now these are special circumstances because this essentially is a multi-rounded shape, but we're going to do a curve up this way. There we go. And then we're going to have a small domal shape like that. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. All right, now going back to this. So the things that we have left is creating these swirl shine marks, and then edging, giggity, flashlight, and then a final shine mark. So we got some extra work to do here. So first things first, we're going to go around the outer edge with pure white, and this will work just fine. No, well, you know what? No, I'm going to make those shine marks real quick. So we're going to add a layer. This is where we start doing layer clips too. Good old layer clips. Do I want it that thick? I don't know if I want it that thick. You might think this is crazy to do this. You might be right. But you will see the magic as it unfolds. The first decision, of course, is just simply figuring out what you want to do. Would you stop, you crazy kitty? Okay. So, now you see this big white streak here, whatever, but we're actually going to lower the opacity. So what will happen is that it eventually fades into whatever it is we want. It becomes transparent, and so it's not as loud, right? Yeah, and that's what we want. We want, basically, it's almost like ghosting like ghost paint jobs, where like if you see like a maybe like a muscle car or something like that that does like flame work, but the flames are like barely visible. That's the idea with this. I haven't saved in a while, so I'm gonna go ahead and save this. There we go. All right. And then we're just gonna, and since we've already decided what opacity we want things at, pretty simple, we're just gonna go and... Kitty, come on, dude. There we go. And see, as you see here, we still get to keep our shading. So the shading doesn't dissipate because, again, we are creating transparency. So whatever we're drawing on top of, it's not going to affect. All right, give me just a second. I gotta put the cat up. This freaking cat, man. Let's see if I'll show this darn kitty. Let me show this card. I'm gonna mute the mic real quick. So just give me a second.
The tabs you open here are also here. Choose Chrome to share tabs across devices.
Double shift means extra stress sweat.
You need Secret Clinical. It gives you 3 times sweat protection.
Oh, I need that stat.
Sorry about that. It just, oh, she just absolutely cannot help herself. Cannot help herself to pester me while I'm doing this. So I can handle a little bit of it, but eventually, I mean, I gotta get out of the room. Just got to do it. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And obviously, like I said before, I'm taking a lot of artistic liberty because this kind of metal work does not, to my knowledge, exist in the Digimon world. So this is 100% just my own iteration of how I want this particular metal to look like. And, you know, that's just something you do, right? That's in my personal opinion, something perfectly fine to do. I don't know if I'm going to worry about that one up there or not, to be honest. Those ones are fine. So we go... Yeah, that's better. That's more like what I was looking for. Beautiful. I think it adds some personality. I really do. I think it adds the uniqueness to this Digimon, that they have a special kind of metal, and that metal, of course, like I said, kind of just translates from their prior digi-evolution lines, and just will stick with them for most of the Digimon evolutions that I planned for it. But again, you know, Digimon are incredibly notorious for not following a strict rule of where they go. I mean, for God's sake, Patamon, which is this little rabbit bat-winged eared little critter, turns into a literal angel. Okay, it turns into Angemon. Like, it makes no sense. Zero sense. And so I'm kind of going to do this towards the end. Again, no spoilers. But yeah, definitely, I'm going to make it kind of uniform to begin with, but then, I mean, we're going to go absolutely crazy. We're going to go crazy with this thing. So yeah, that'll do it for the armor pieces as far as that shine mark goes. Obviously, if we want to do that, it goes... dull it just a little bit more. I really don't want this too crazy visible, right? I want this to be an accent. I don't want it to be like, oh my god, like, oh, look at that crazy swirl stuff going on. I want it as an accent. Now, however, we're going to add another layer. This is where all the shiny stuff's going to happen. And so now, again, to create a metal look, we want to have a shine mark. Let's see here, make sure I do this. Okay. We have a couple of options, but I'm going to do it the way I've been doing it this whole time. And just follow along your line art. That's all you got to do. Let me make this brush size just a scotch bit smaller. Just follow along your line art. I might not do anything there because the internal line art is kind of in the way. Rotate. Yeah, just a thin line. That's all you need. Nice thin line. In fact, I might even do it thinner than what I've been doing it. Yeah, let's just go back all the way up. Let's just do this thinner than what I was thinking. Just so thin, such a thin line. Too thick. Go down to a 5. That's more like it. Sometimes it's hard to follow that same curve. You gotta redo the same line over and over again, so be it. These are those details, right? These are the details.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them.
Gotta love ads. Give me all those ads, baby. Heck yeah. Follow the line. Follow the line. The line. And then after we do this, the only thing left that we have to do is essentially put our major shine marks. Sometimes you just gotta get right in there. Just get right in there and zoom in. And I know what ways I draw or follow lines the best, so flip and rotate your image, whatever you need to do. Now, do I want to do all that? Yeah, that's fine. Fun times. And of course there's many ways to do this too, but I freehand a lot of my artwork, so I just like freehanding stuff, you know? Keeps my skill set sharp. In my personal opinion. And this is also a passion of mine. I love doing metalwork. Like, metalwork is so satisfying to do. And when you figure out the kind of metalwork that you want to do, because there's multiple ways, but they do have a law to them, which means, like, you want to kind of do what I'm doing in some way, shape, or form to create that illusion of shine and metalwork and so on and so forth. And we're not done yet. We still got 1, 2, 3. We got 3 shine marks to do. Nice. All right, cool. And then as far as, I don't think I used a glow layer for that. We're gonna try it a couple different ways here. there. Yeah, that'll work. Thinking maybe a little bit more. Well, this one I don't mind being slightly more circular. This one maybe I might want to do a little bit more ovular. Yeah. Question is, do I want to add more? If I want to add more, I'm probably going to do smaller. Okay. Now I'm gonna think I'm crazy. Like, wait a second. What are you doing? We are adding that, what they call flashing, and it just creates that more depth around, knowing that light bounces around everywhere. And with these gauntlets, I'm kind of just experimenting a little bit because I'm not sure exactly. Definitely, like I said, I'm taking a lot of artistic liberty in this. Overall, though, okay. We went from that to that. Pretty big jump. And then we still follow the same kind of idea as we see with this. Okay. Let's move on, shall we? Let's go ahead and take those lines back off. And now we're going to do the spikes and the toes, which now I do understand that this is shoes, so these are technically metal. I should look at a Digimon that has some claws on their feet. Let's see if we can find one real quick, which would essentially be Agumon.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet
Just
phase
think about it. Okay. And of course, I'll show you what I'm looking at, of course, once I find the actual thing I want to emulate here. All right. It's been a second since I've added any extra things to the Digimon research page. So let's go ahead and import image, screenshot, and there we go. So shrink you down a little bit. So as we see, this is kind of the idea of actual claws. And so essentially we got a very off-white base color. Let's see here. Yeah, we're barely off of the grade scale things. And then we have just a nice gradient of, it doesn't really change too much on the color wheel. It definitely goes towards purple. So we'll just keep that in mind. So let's try and do that. So we're gonna have a base color right about there. Okay. And then we're gonna get our soft tool brush thing, and then we're going to have a dark purplish color. Let's go back to that research there. So yeah, I mean, that's really all it is. There's just penmanship stuff, but that's not really the style we're after. I'm just after this color coding. So this should... First I need to lock the layer. That would help. There we go. Yeah. That's what we're after. Okay. Use your references. Always use your references. Don't ever try to just do it out of your brain. Use a reference, especially something that you've never freaking done before. This is going to be really dark. And I might go like a shade darker per se. And really get... Yes, yes. Make this brush size just a scotch smaller. There we go. Yes, queen. Get them toesies, girl. Yes. I want some depth in this. Well, those are some Digimon Pit Pats if I've ever seen them. Notices some particulation back here, or just missing some... I mean, you probably have some white spots here and there. Like I said, you just have to go through it and just fix it. It happens. Alright, cool. Now I know how to do Digimon claws. I'm not done with it yet, of course. I gotta do the highlight, because as you see here, there is some... Now this is interesting. They used a glow light layer for this. So I don't know if I'm gonna do a glow light layer. We'll see. Alright, but I'll show you the difference of what a glow light layer does versus a not glow light layer. Did they use a pen? I think they may have used a pen. So this is just a normal, right? So I just made a normal mark. We could also do one of these, whatever. So, but going with a pen. There you go. That's a normal mark, right? Okay. We add a layer, flip that layer to below, and then make the layer from normal to add glow. Essentially, the outside edge kind of pixelates a little bit. It's a little harder with a pen to tell, and it's sometimes hard to tell what they actually used. Maybe that's just pixelation from zooming in so quick there, but it looks like a glow. How do we achieve this otherwise? Here's the other example to show you the biggest difference. You'll definitely notice here. So here is just airbrushing, right? That's pretty traditional something to do. So that's just traditional airbrushing. However, again, add a layer, flip that layer, and make it a glow layer. Yeah, see what happens there? Yeah, we start getting this halo effect, this haziness that makes it look like it's glowing. So definitely much more pronounced to something like an actual airbrush tool than I would say anything else. So let's see here. Do we want to work with a glow layer? I don't know. I'm not hating it. Not hating it. Think we can work with that. Okay. And obviously the spikes are going to be done completely different, so there's that. Okay. Next color. Boop, boop. Oh, and then let's see what it looks like with the internal line art, because I did do... Yeah. That's nice. That's real nice. Okay. Yeah, but kind of just leaving the internal line art off because it's exactly that, you know, it's an accent to everything that we're doing. Okay. Got it. And I try to have some sort of uniformity. A little too big. And you don't necessarily, again, Digimon never really was one for uniformity anyways, so kind of just do whatever you want.
Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace.
Yeah, it's about
not
right.
just a website. But you're not most people, because now you know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like velvetchords.com for your music studio. Or kidchords.com for your middle school band camp.
Skip. Skip the madness. Skip the madness. Alright. Yeah, that spike's pretty gnarly, bruh. It's pretty gnarly spike, bruh. Cool stuff, cool stuff. I think we're gonna just kind of work our way from top down. We ain't got much left. Putting that line art back on there. Oh yeah, that's good shit. That's good stuff, bro. That's good stuff. Yeah, I do like the whole idea of these like scratch marks and stuff like that from not that example, but this one here. These super thick scratch lines. Pretty cool. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Did they even color the teeth? It doesn't look like it. It's pretty much pure white. There might be a little bit of off-white there. But since we have a pretty aggressive grin, we will, by all means, shade that in a little bit. But let's work on the eyes. So Kuparimon's eyes are red. I still want to stick with that whole idea of red eyes. And that's kind of been something throughout the digi-evolution line for this particular Digimon is red eyes. But we might change that. We might just change that. I don't know. Welcome to Digimon. We can do whatever we want. You can't tell me I can't turn this into a mega giant mechanical beast of burden. I can do whatever I want. Anything, everything. Excuse me. Damn. Take a drink of water. Stay hydrated, kids. Stay hydrated. All right. So boop. Boop. That's gnarly. Okay. Boop. Boop. That's really gnarly. And of course this is actually black. That's white. Verify we got that color right. Okay. I don't think red eyes is going to be the answer here, but let's go and let's see what will work. Yellow's not too shabby. Okay. Green isn't bad either. Light blue. Dark blue, jeez. Purplish eyes, maybe? Nah. The yellow's kind of working on it. Yellow is it's kind of grown on me. I like the idea of this yellow. What do you all think? The thousands of viewers watching right now. What do you think? Come on, chat. Come on, chat. What do you think? Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. See, I'm definitely in this yellow-green area. I mean, the light blue isn't bad either, but I think that's more... This is a virus type, by the way. So, like, I don't really feel like we would be doing it justice if we didn't stick with that virus type theming. I mean, purple eyes are fine. We could try and match up the ear color and stuff like that, and we have uniformity. But I think having a different color eyeball really makes it pop, and something that is more enjoyable. And I think this is about the area that we are going to be messing with. I like this. I have decreed it so, and so it shall be. And then we're just gonna go whoop, super dark. Okay, so we got like some Liberty shading on this one here. You know, traditional Digimon eye, they're kind of like up at the top like this, where they have a base color like that, which pretty darn close. And then they have a dark shade like this, which then if we were to go whoop, what about there? I think right about there. We might have to recolor the thing, but that's fine. And then how do they shade this? So it's got a dark ring around the pupil, and then just a circle. That's pretty easy. So should be like that. I said we'll have to recolor some stuff. Don't worry. I didn't put all this on separate layers like you should, by the way, but it's fine. How far down does it actually go? It's in the upper half. I mean, that's... And you are seeing the example of why you should always, every single color, every separate color of anything, you should always do it on a separate layer. I was paying attention to notifications on my cellular device. So if we zoom out, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Very Digimon style eyeball. Wonderful. Woo! Did not mean to do that. However, I did that. There we go. I don't know. What the hell did I just do? There we go. Do we want to... Oops. Not what I wanted to do. Take it around a little bit more. thinking. Let's go back a few steps and just look. It's almost one of those things where it almost just doesn't matter either way you do it. It's going to be okay. I feel like if I am going to do this though, I need to do an even darker. Just because of the helmet.
As you can tell, I was not created by GoDaddy Arrow. It uses AI to create great-looking, totally pro logos.
Do I blur it?
Like him. Now that's a horse.
Ooh.
Me? Ugh. I look like a two-legged dog. A dog horse. I'm a horse, man, who needs some dental work. Logo that actually looks like a horse. Imagine that. I can't even name right.
We are just experimenting.
Mentos Pure Fresh Gum makes it easy and fun to refresh your everyday. It's a
Nah,
yes to Mentos,
I'm not
and a
liking
yes
it.
to Fresh. Grab some today.
I think this is an instance of keep it simple, stupid. And so therefore I will. I was more trying to do like this eyeball here kind of deal. Yeah. I think that's all right. And then do we tonal correct it? Do we do anything different than what we already have? I think the eyes are probably the. There we go. We'll put the saturation all the way up. That makes it look pretty decent. Cool. It's coming together. All right, let's do the teeth. Teeth. Pure white. Let's go. Verify we got everything. Nope, we do not. Always when you're working with pure white, take the paper, this paper layer, and just click it on, click it off actually. So basically you have a transparent background. That way you actually know that you have colored in white, because you're never gonna know. Or you can change the paper color too. So like, so you select the paper, there's the layer color up here, and you make it like darker like this, and then you can see, oh, okay, yeah, I colored in white. There's a couple ways to do it. I just blink it off, so that way I just know that I truly did color in pure white, if I ever decide to do so. All right, let's do some mild, just a little bit of shading. I don't know if I'm gonna use. Yeah, I think. Yep, it's pretty decent. That's pretty decent right there. Yeah, when it comes to cell shading, I mean, you don't need much. You just don't need much. Just gonna shade that completely dark there. We need to take these inner line arts off. All right, now we're gonna work on the actual paint scheme of that design that's on the gauntlets itself. And this is just strictly gonna be something that this is all experimental because, well, what is that Digimon's name? Is it Flamedramon? No, Flamebeamon. I think it's Flamedramon, which is the digi-evolution of Vmon. If I'm correct, I might be completely off. Flamedramon. Yes, it is Flamedramon. Ugh. As far as what I'm seeing, it's pretty much just cell shading. It's not anything special. And the reason why I'm thinking about Flamedramon, and I'll show a picture of Flamedramon here, is because, you know, this Digimon has that type of design that I have on my Pauldrons to some degree, where we have metalwork, but then we have this flame job. But as you see here, all that we get is very basic cell shading. There isn't a metallic look to it, unless, you know, obviously a fan artist did something up. But this is the official artwork here. Okay. And it might work out too, because, you know, it would be a contrast against the metalwork, so we'll just have to play with it. You know, this being custom stuff, you just have to kind of take your own steps in whatever direction you want and just make it make sense. And sometimes you'll be surprised on what works. Like, we've had a few surprises. Like, I didn't think I was going to make this Digimon this color, and even then I still might change the color at the end of it. I don't know. I'm just kind of digging it though. It seems pretty virus-like. It's very dark, feminine. It's what I'm going for, so I don't see where I would change it, but you never know. You never know. All right, and of course we can make this any color we want. Let's just go ahead and do like a green color. Let's do some green. I like green. Green is cool. Very interesting. You might be tripping right now and be like, what the hell? Like, he's making this thing green? No, I just want to just start coloring. It don't matter what color it is. I can change everything in an instant. Not even a question. I could color this in brown. I could draw whatever, doesn't matter. All right, so let's go ahead and lock that layer. And then start getting the shading. I'm gonna go a little darker actually. Yeah. Let's do some generic cell shading. That's all you gotta do. Bloop. And then now here's another hint. You see where the shadow that I was creating right here, I'm going to essentially follow it all the way around. So that way we have some uniformity. That way it looks like these two lines connect and that shadow does not deviate from that path. That's better. Same thing here, just gonna follow that shadow and just keep following it all the way around. Boop. So looks like definitely do some blurring. So we might do that as well. Blur, we'll get a fairly decent sized blur brush, and then we're just going to do this right here. And then just blur that line. Blur it. Okay. And then we're going to take that base color. And since we're going to try and stay with this form of cell shading, we are not going to be taking the airbrush tool. We're actually going to use a pen tool. And essentially draw our highlight. And I don't care what happens too much in the center here, because that's not going to be visible for what we have planned for it. So I do not care that I'm getting all up in there. Don't care. Go. There's method to the madness, you'll see here shortly. There's been method method to all of the madness. Oh. No, I do not wish to sneeze. How many of you hold back your sneezes? Let me know in the comments. How many of you hold back your sneezes? I hold back my sneezes as much as possible. I hate sneezing. Sneezing is just such a waste of time. Okay. Take that blur tool again. And just blur along that line that we just created. And then the last little bit of cell, I mean, this is now turning from cell shading to somewhat of a semi-realistic thing. So now we're just going to create a nice warm highlight spot. Let's see here. I guess we could use the airbrush for this. Okay. So essentially it's got like a paint job. It's kind of cool. That being said, let's change the color. Although the green's kind of grown on me a little bit, but I don't think it's quite what we are after. Okay. There's some stuff that's hidden, right? I think all of you could probably see what's hidden. Now, obviously, everyone has a different color preference to their personal perception of things.
Helps you handle it. That's because Asana.
So there might be like this blue color. Some people are like, "Oh my god, that blue's great," but there is definitely a general or generic tone that if we find it, it's gonna hit pretty hard. And I found a few. Like, actually going red isn't that bad. It's just not quite there. The yellow is kind of hitting pretty good because of the eyes, and it's a good accent for the eyes. We probably would need to boost that up a little bit as far as saturation is concerned, but and the green actually wasn't too bad, and this green yellow isn't bad, but it's just still not quite there. But as we start going to blue, it's like this light and who knows, we might need to actually get away from color and just go grayscale. It's just somewhere around here is like it's toying with my vision, and like it wants to be cool, but it's not quite there. And I also don't want to go too complex with colors. We could do an undersaturated blue, but at that point we might as well just go grayscale and then do light, dark. That's pretty mean. I ain't gonna lie about that. That's pretty fucking mean. Because essentially at this point in time, we've just essentially added another shader almost. We're gonna go with this. I think the color is just too difficult to figure out. And then this is a little bit more uniform. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. Okay. So now we just got the gloves left to do. And then we have the plasma blades. Oh, yes. So that's why don't worry about all this blank space there. It's not going to stay for very long. Glove-wise, I'm probably going to do either a dark gray brown color or just, I don't know. We'll figure that out too. New layer. And then let's see about the, yeah, it's good stuff. It's turning out pretty good. I mean, we can't deny that. It's turned out pretty good. All right. Turning out pretty good, pretty good. All right, let's see if we can just work with the color that I'm thinking of right now. Right about there. And then of course I'm going to color this, but don't worry. This will be changed eventually. I like that. I like it. I like it a lot. So we are going to continue using it. We're going to use it. I apologize for any mic snuffs that you get. I apologize. It is changing of the seasons, and I have seasonal allergies, so excuse me. I know that you see me like coloring in this line work. I haven't calibrated my fill tool yet. Well, I've recalibrated it. It's messed up. It's doing some weird shit, and so long as I use a dark color to go over all this white outlining that I'm going over, you're not going to notice anything. So it is what it is. Okay. Perfect. And then we're just going to cell shade this too. We're not going to do much. Yeah. Lock the layer. Then we're going to go down and then down to right about there. This. Boop. And do one of these. Boop. And then do one of these. Boop. And then we're going to do one of these. Ah! Ah! Let me click the right button. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. And then... Boop. Boop. Yeah. That's about right. That's about right. And then we're going to do a little boop edge right about there. There. Good stuff, good stuff. And then we're gonna go a little darker. Pretty much pitch black. Pretty much. And then we're just gonna swoop along this line here. Boop. Yes. And then we're gonna give a nice clean edge there. Work along that line there, go up there. Whoop. And then finish that up there.
$11.3 million business with Wix. One movie night, we were craving this chocolate cake that we saw on screen.
Chocolate cake.
How cool would it be to put on
Fortune telling, Lucky Charms. Chocolate cake. We love chocolate cake, don't we, chat? We love it. Can't get enough of it. There you go. Cell shaded hands. Well, gloves anyways. Don't need to do anything else with that. Oh boy, chat. Oh boy. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes an interesting one. It's gonna blow your mind. Okay, so now is the crème de la résistance. We are going to put those lines. Oh yeah, that's some good stuff. Okay. The only thing I got to figure out though is I'm probably just going to put this on top of everything. Except for probably the. Am I going to have to go over the line art? Yes, I am. I'm going to have to go over the line art. Yep. It's going to be freaking nuts. It's going to be nuts. We're going to have to go over top of everything. Let's just face it. I'm going to have to go over top of everything. What is it precisely that I am going on top of, over, and doing? Oh, we're going to be making a plasma blade. Yes, plasma blades. It's going to blow your mind. Like I said, don't worry about... It's going to look weird, okay? It's going to look a little weird. I understand. Just got to work with me, okay? Just hang out, bros and bros. Just hang out. This is some advanced shit right here. Do this. Might need to put this on a different layer, or a clip layer. I'm smarter than this. I'm smarter than this. It's gonna take some effort, okay? It's gonna take just a little bit of effort. I might actually be able to do this a little easier. Take the line tool. And we're just gonna make the line size pretty big. Yeah, that's what we need to do. Give me this cup. Thank you. Let's try this a different way. Okay. That's not gonna work. It's not gonna work either. We could, let's see if we can do this at a 45-degree angle. Sorry, I'm not talking too much. It's just, I'm focused. Focused. Okay, so far so good. Let's go ahead and just circle the remaining area there. Oops. All right, I think we can work with that. That's a lot much. It's much nicer. Okay. Again, apologize for not talking so much through that. Like that was in focus at that point in time. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna try it this way. Let's do a blur, Gaussian blur. There we go. We definitely don't want a whole lot of blur, but we do need it. We may duplicate the layer. Do I need to duplicate it right now? Probably not. And then now we're just going to lock it. Let's skip this ad real quick here. Replay. Okay. And then we're going to go near pure white on the spectrum. And then this is where I got it. No, 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 no. You silly goose. You're so sensitive. Yeah. Okay. Now, that was just that one, because that's the retracted blade, so that's just basically just sitting there. Next one, however, is going to be actually unsheathed, lasered out. I don't know what the thing is, but let's see if we can realize this, huh? That's the color we need right there. And the fully unsheathed version of this, we might make it transparent a little bit. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. We might do some cool shit. We just don't know yet. I do need to make it transparent though to make sure that we are in line of things. I think that's okay for the most part as far as like the bottom connecting. We'll see. We'll see. We may have to redo this a few times, but it's fine. And now here's the thing. I have tried to find Digimon that have a pure energy weapon. And as far as my research was concerned, I did not find one. I thought Imperialdramon had an energy weapon. Not quite. I thought possibly Omnimon did. Nope. Reapermon? Nope. There was nothing that uses a pure energy blade. Most of them, you know, their metal weapons turn into like an energy kind of source, but you know, it goes back to being a normal weapon. And so I was like, damn, I guess I'm just gonna create something that doesn't exist in the world yet. But I thought this was a cool concept, and that this possible energy plasma blade digivolves and turns into all sorts of crazy stuff as the digi-evolution line continues. Itchy nose. Love it. So itchy. All right, let's see what it looks like. Okay. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Now, granted, we're not going to have it transparent right now. We need to work on stuff. So, oh man, wish my nose wasn't so itchy. Okay, first things first, we're going to filter. We're going to blur it, Gaussian blur it. Just a scotch, just a tiny bit of blur. And then now, oh man, we could do so much cool stuff with this. Now we're going to take the same color that was internally here. Let's lock that in place. And essentially, we need to follow through with it. Yeah, we can keep on. Fine. I think 95% transparency is probably going to be pretty good, because you can still see the body in the background. I don't know, we might just do 100. Now we can do some really cool stuff by taking this color here. Now this is a question of whether we want to do it or not. I don't know. I don't know if this is going like just too far. We may need to make those on a separate layer because we have to gauge and blur them as well. Yes. That'll work. This is definitely how you create glow effects and stuff like that. One method anyways. It's not the absolute method to do it. And don't worry, we will fix those things. The only problem is, of course, is being precise. I'll just redo that one. Okay. Let's go back to this one. Yeah, I don't like that. It just needs to be a solid. There we go. Just needs to be solid. Kind of like the idea of just having some of these cracks there instead of having this electro stuff going on. I don't know. It's kind of just a flair thing, right? Like, that's what I'm trying to do, is just add some flair to it. And it might not necessarily need it. Yeah, I think we're just gonna... We'll take that off. Well, let's go back a bunch of steps, and then what we'll do is we'll just kind of marble... Yeah, let's delete that. %, transparency. I kind of like the idea of that. Or 95. Yeah, 95. 95% transparency. Woo. Lock the layer. Oof. Oof. Oh man, now we can do with colors with diggity dang. I think they're probably all right the way they are. All right. Craziness. Yeah. It's gnarly, bruh. It's gnarly. Okay, so not going over the top of the line art, we got one final thing to do. One final thing to do. It's gonna blow your minds. You're gonna be like, oh my god, this guy is so crazy. What is he? Why does he do the things that he does? I understand. I understand. Believe me. Actually. Again, there's method to the madness. Some things are experimental. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Rogue haunts? Rogue haunts. Is it Rouge or Rogue haunts? How are we doing? How are we doing? We are just putting the finishing touches. Yes. Alright, so since the light is going this way, so then our shadows will be going this way as well. Okay, rogue haunts. Okay. Yes, yes. Doing the things. Very spoopsy. Spoopsy name. I like the bats. I like the bats. The bats are cool. We are just locked in right now. We are, like I said, we are adding the finishing touches. Essentially adding a cast shadow is what we are doing. Bats! Bats are in the house. Cast shadow. And then we're gonna go right about here. Yes, something like that. Let's see, we'll these. There we go. That's a little better. That's a little better. Gonna be Sonic Heart. Digimon. Digimon. Digital monsters. This is Kamimon. Complete, custom, brand new, never seen before, doesn't exist until now. Hopefully you like it. Yes. Wrong button. Wrong button. Yes. Well. Well. As far as it goes, I don't think there's any more cast shadowing that I should do. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Hemming and hawing about it. But I can hem and haw all day. All day about it. Sometimes you just need to be able to say, yep, that's good enough. That's good enough. Isn't it? I am the Rizzler. peak, rizzle, razzle dazzle. That is what I do. It's where we find ourselves now, friend. I do believe that'll do it. I do believe that will do it. The only thing left that I couldn't think about is possibly changing some colors around, but in the grand scheme of things, I've gotten pretty attached to this coloration. I don't think I would change it at all. Sus. Sus? Is it sus? Is it the picture sus or am I sus? Or we're both sus? Yes, yeah. No, I don't need that. Nah. Eyes are fine. Claws are fine. Metalwork is fine. So yeah, it'd be this layer here, and then of course this here. White actually doesn't look that bad. No, don't make me do white. No, there's no way. Man, that's the thing about color, is that there's so many different things, so many different color combinations that would work. Raise eyebrows. Raise the brows. I don't think I can. Raise them brows, raise the brows. Lime green. Oh. Nah. I don't think any of these would. I don't know. I mean, I guess an off-white isn't too bad. Who is this character? So, give me a moment. I actually have to take this phone call. But it's a Digimon, and the name of the Digimon is Kamimon. Sorry about that. I had to take that phone call. It was required. This isn't my full-time gig, you know. I wish it was. This would be a passion to be able to draw and teach people and so on and so forth. And I'm getting there, right? I mean, I think last I checked, it was like like 1,500 subscribers. Oh, that's ridiculous. And I thank every single one of you, by the way. As you see me doing, I was playing with essentially colors and stuff. I'm so, like, I do not know. Like, obviously, I shaded everything for this color here. And as you've seen, when I go to a light color, I lose that shading that I did. But it doesn't necessarily look bad either. So it's just kind of like okay, whatever. And then we got, of course, the, you know, the what do you call accent colors? There we go. The accent body colors. Asking, are you still there? Yes, I'm still here. Yes, I'm still here, Daddy. I've always been here. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a color that's better than what I've already picked. That's pretty solid. Yeah. I'll save this. Don't know what, I didn't change anything with this. I think I was just using an example. So this is the pre-evolution, and then this is the next evolution. Now this is kind of light, so like, again, this is probably why I was hung up so much, because if we start going to lighter colors, oops, not with that, but with the main body color, that's not what I wanted either. You know, we start getting into that realm of it being kind of a natural progression of some sort, but there are obviously changes. You know, the eyes change color. For the most part, the skin tone is definitely a little different. But yeah, I just hate losing all of that shade work that I did. Because once we go lighter like that, it just tends to disappear. Where is the eye layer anyways? That's not it. There we go. We'll probably save two different versions of this. We'll save this one, and then we'll do this one. Need to fix that. Huh. If, of course, we are going to save one with and without the blades. That way people can kind of get a little bit better of an idea of exactly what we got going on. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, we're gonna just end it with that. So let's go ahead and export JPEG. Kamimon. No blades. There we go. Save. Yep. File save. File export JPEG. Kamimon. Just Kamimon. That's fine. Okay. And then I would like to do like a time lapse of all of them, because I have a time lapse for this one as well. Let's go ahead and save it. Let's do 60 seconds. So all the custom Digimon I've done so far, I have a speed draw of it essentially. It's so adorable. It's so adorable. I can hardly contain myself for how adorable it is. At some point in time, I adjust the canvas size because once I'm done creating the character or have a pretty good idea of the character size, I will go ahead and shrink the canvas. Yeah, there you go. So that way I can just work on everything. Yeah. Doing that metal work. Getting tired. Dang. Getting tired. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. But yeah, I'll export like a clip of each. Oh, cancel that. I really want to do that. And this is just research, so this is whatever. Get rid of that. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. The next thing that we should do is do a PNG. And do an actual, like, I think you'll see, let's see here, egg to rookie. Okay. And so we're going to export, make sure the paper is off, export PNG, trans, or transparent. Coming by trans, okay. Then we're going to file, recent, open, Kuparamon. Same thing. File, export, PNG, Kuparamon, trans, save, okay. And you'll see what I'm trying to do. Do nothing. Recent, Tapanamon, transparent, file, export, PNG, Tapanamon, trans, save, okay. And then lastly, we got the custom digi-egg one. Get that out of there. File, export, PNG, trans. Okay. So now with this information, we can do something cool like this, which is Import image. I need to go to Digimon assets. This one there. That one there. That one there. And that one there. Open. Okay. So. Need to. There we go. Gonna separate these out a little bit. Or not put them off the paper. So cute. Look at this. Little digi-evolution line. We want this in the very front. There we go. Something like that. Probably need to bring this one down just a scotch. And this little guy right here is actually pretty freaking small. Yeah. And then the digi-egg. I don't know if I want... yeah. I don't know what to do with the digi-egg. I think that's about right. The thing I needed to kind of do though is put a cast shadow for the egg, which should be simple enough. There you go. Yeah, seems about right. Now we could do like a fun background of some sort. Let's blink all of this off. And let's try some sort of Hmm. Can't remember how I did this. Been a second since I had to do this, okay? First thing I want to find out though is how do I get the color? Oh my god. Jay. I'm gonna have to do some quick research here. That'd be a vector layer, not a vector coloring. I'm gonna pull up an oldie but a goodie. I don't know which. Is it YouTube art? It's possibly YouTube art. Yeah, this is it. So what the hell did I do to make this layer? Because this is what I want to do as far as the background goes. But I kind of want to do it in like checker patterns. It's clearly not that. What the fuck did I do? Alright. I can't remember how I did this. This sucks. Was it with a gradient? I bet you it was with a gradient. All right, well, I'll be right back. I gotta utilize the restroom. All right, I'm back. Apologize. I think as I had some time to think, I want to try and do this more of a digital background, so like grid patterns and stuff. So, taking a look at our group here, obviously we can change the color whenever we want, so I'm not even worried. But I think that's what it was a gradient tool and then some other shit. I would have to look into it. But we're gonna do this. And then I don't know if I have a figure tool for like making grid patterns. No, I don't have cross hatching, but oops. That's not what we want. Kind of, but not quite. Not quite. Okay, so we're gonna have to make our own grid pattern. Perfectly fine. Actually, I'm gonna look and see. I'm not looking to do anything complex. It's not too bad of an idea. I'm gonna just decide on like a basic let's see here. Yeah, like I said, I'm just not looking for anything complex. I wonder. Still just trying to get background ideas. What is the virus symbol? Virus symbol. Digimon. Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez. I forgot about Digimon crests. Okay. So maybe we can come up with our own crest. How would that look? Well, taking from the example here, but definitely abstract. So let's try and sketch something out real quick. Okay. We'll work with that. And then we just need to make a triangle. Well, I think that's going to about do it. 4.5 hours of streaming time. I know towards the end of this, it's gotten a little whatever at this point. So I'm just going to go ahead and end the stream here. Probably should have ended it a long time ago, but needless to say, really do appreciate everyone that came in and viewed the stream. Do appreciate you. And as far as that goes, I'll post all this finished art. Might do some tinkering here and there on Instagram, so be sure to follow me on Instagram as well. That being said, this is your host Zipsaw with Zipsaw's Art. You have yourself a good rest of your day. Toodles.